Our principal and icon of inspiration, Reverend Sister, Reverend Sister Dr. Jessie Fernando, who is an icon of inspiration who motivates both students and staff and leads to perfection. Welcome, our principal and icon of I am delighted to welcome our director, Reverend Sister Josephine Jairani, who is an unassuming and always encourages us and gives positivity to us. Welcome, Sister. I welcome our Deputy Principal, Dr. Sister Kulandai Teres, an epitome of dedication and who never gives up. With love and honor, I welcome the head of my parent department, Dr. Judith Sheila Tamendi, head of the Department of English, who with her composed nature directs and supports me in all my endeavors. Welcome, ma'am. I welcome our Controller of Education, Dr. Punita Tarani, for her guidance. I extend a cordial welcome to all the distinguished deans, heads, vice principals, faculty, scholars, students, and participants. I'm glad to welcome the session chair, Dr. B. Serena Margaret, Associate Professor and IQAC Coordinator of our college, and Dr. D. Joachim, Assistant Professor and Dean of Arts and Xavier's College Autonomous, Palankotai. It is indeed my honor to welcome all the highly resourceful speakers of the day. Dr. Manu Mangatu is a renowned educator. He is an Assistant Professor of English, a poet, author, MOOC content creator, UGC Research Project Principal Investigator, Net English Trainer, IAI3 USA Certified Career and Academic Counselor, IFES Star Campaigner, Research Consultant and Guide. He is a publishing expert, Chief Editor, Agile and International Journal, online tutor, film critic, script writer, lyricist, visiting professor, translator, editor, and proofreader. He is so simple and easy to approach. He is certified as the most read and accomplished researcher by ResearchGate. He has received research grants from UGC and recipient of various prizes and awards. Most of all, a loving person wedded to literature. Welcome, sir. Dr. Dilip Barat, Associate Professor and Head, Department of English, Maharaja Krishna Kumar Srinji, Bhavnagar, University, Gujarat. He is an accomplished academician with an extensive experience in the field of English language, literature, and education. Sir has held various positions in academic governing bodies, including serving as the Dean of Faculty of Arts and Chairman of the Board of Studies for English. He actively contributed to the assessment and accreditation of higher education institutions. He served as an ACT assessor, taking various responsibilities such as chairman, member coordinator, and member of peer team. Welcome, sir. Dr. M.S. Sevi Prateek Singh, Assistant Professor of English, St. Joseph's College, Autonomous, Tiruchirappalli, an eminent academician, sir is an instructional designer and techno-savvy, teacher of English with 14 years of progressive experience. He is a teacher trainer and mentor of teachers, researchers, editor and reviewer of various research journals. He is a student of my friend College Sharmila, Assistant Professor of English, VOC College, Thuthukudi, and I have witnessed his academic growth with awe. Welcome, sir. I once again welcome you all to this academic endeavor.
Thank you, ma'am, for your warm words of welcome. The priceless blessings of prestigious people ought to be made a pleasant privilege and honor by external manifestations of internal respect. It's time to honor our renowned distinguished guests of the day. I humbly invite Reverend Sister Josephine Jairani, Director of SSC from Merit College Autonomous, Thuthukudi, to honor our keynote speaker, Dr. Manu Mangatu, poet, research consultant, and Thank you, sister. I request our principal, Reverend Dr. Our principal, to present our token of appreciation to Dr. David Barat, Professor and Head Department of English, Maharaja Krishna Kumar Singh Ji, Bhavnagar University, with a moment. I invite Ms. Maria Sahaya Sharmala, Coordinator, Department of English Assistant, to present the memento to Dr. M. S. Savior Pradeep Singh, Assistant Professor, Department of English, St. Joseph's College, Tirupati. Thank you, ma'am. I now call upon Dr. Judith C. Department of English to honor our principal, Reverend Dr. J.C. Fernando, with a memento. Thank you, ma'am. I invite Ms. Maria Sahaya Sharmala, Coordinator, Department of English Assistant, to present our token of appreciation to our Director, Reverend Mr. Wilson Jairam. Thank you, sisters, and thank you, dignity. The wondrous wood of educational institutions, how to portray a spectacular scenery of success, desire to be drunk by every yawning eye, and fantastic fragrance of progressive and unique innovations to be tasted by the thirsty tongues of nostrils. Only when the strong stems of central trees of inspirational leaders are adorned and intertwined with the lush leaves of intelligence, beautiful blossoms of motivational work, and ripe fruits of selfless deeds that offer a sheltering shadow to striding seeds. I deem it a great privilege and honor to invite our principal, Reverend Dr. Jesse Fernando, our amiable leader, to deliver the presidential address.
Most respected dignitaries on the day, respected speakers of the day, learned professors and students from other esteemed institutions, deans, IQAC coordinator, members of the faculty, and my dear students. I wish you all a pleasant day. Today's conference is on a wonderful topic which blends humanities and digital technology. However, we cannot deny that literature and language have always been pillars of our civilization, shaping our identity, preserving our history, and enriching our understanding of the world. Today, as we stand on the zenith of a digital revolution, we find ourselves at a unique crossroad where the timeless art of storytelling and the power of technology converge. The emergence of digital humanity has ushered in a new era in the study of literature and language and has gained tremendous vogue with the advent of the pandemic and the high demand for digitalized libraries and archives. Thus, digital humanities is a field of study, research, teaching, and invention concerned with the intersection of computing and the disciplines of the humanities. It is methodological in by nature, and interdisciplinary in scope. Our present day experience of humanities, whether we are talking of literature, films, music, are all profoundly impacted by the digital technologies. This intersection enables us to bridge the past and the present, transcending borders and culture, and fostering a deeper appreciation for the diversity of human expression. Through digital humanities, we can breathe new life into a classic work of literature, making them accessible to generations to come. The digital humanities seeks to harness the power of technology, the wealth of data, but also explore the profound questions that define our human experience. By leveraging advanced computational tools and methodologies, we can gain deeper insights into our history, culture, and society. We can preserve and share our cultural heritage in innovative ways that were previously unimaginable. Digital humanities is not just a tool for academics, it has the potential to transform our society. It can help us to tackle some of our most pressing challenges, from understanding the impacts of climate change to addressing social inequalities. The essence of the humanities lies in the human experience, and technology should be a means to enhance and not replace our humanity. Let us embark on this journey where the timeless beauty of literature and the limitless capabilities of technology converge. Together, we can ensure that the works of our literary giants continue to inspire, educate, and transform. Let us embrace the promise of digital humanity in literature and language studies, for it is a beacon of enlightenment that will guide us towards a future where the power of words and the reach of technology combine to enrich our lives and expand our horizons. With these few words, I wish the conference a great success. I also thank all the faculty of the English department, SSC, for your consistent hard work to make this day come true. May God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sister. Your encouraging words were the chisel stroke of a skilled sculptor. We're sculpting the sculptures of positivity and intellect in our heart museum. The diadem of womanhood displays an extravagant attraction when the diamonds of dedication, sapphires of serenity, emeralds of encouragement and understanding dazzle with the luster of heartfelt work. I feel elated to invite our director, Reverend Sister Rosti Jairani, to deliver the felicitation speech.
Good morning to all gathered here. Today is a precious day because it is marked, it is selected, and it is blessed by God the Almighty. Today is a special day because of the presence of powerful resource persons and VIPs on the stage, the knowledgeable staff members, and the talented shining stars from various colleges. Peace and joy be with you all. I congratulate and appreciate the Department of English SSC for organizing such a wonderful national conference on exploring digital humanities in literature and language studies. Digital humanities is a field of study, research, teaching, and invention concerned with the intersection of computing and the disciplines of the humanities. It is methodological by nature and interdisciplinary in scope. Digital humanities has a wide range of scope in digital library, digital learning, computational linguistics,
data mining, data visualization, and archiving. Present day experience of the humanities like literature, films, music are all impacted by the digital technologies. In recent times, there has been a growth of electronic reading via Kindle and other electronic instruments, and there has also been a vast expansion in text digitization. Digital humanity is a cry for open scholarship and a pedagogy that are collaborate and depend on human networks and that are accessible around the clock across the world. Digital humanities involves investigation, analysis, synthesis, and presentation of information in electronic form. Dear participants, genius are here to guide you, teach you, and explain you on this topic. Make use of this chance, learn more, develop your knowledge, and get success in your life. All the best. Thank you, sister. Your words were a wonderful sparkler that changed the radiant rainbows of bliss and peace in the splendid sky of our inner self. Words, the winged wonders, work marvelous miracles when proceeding from the heart, paradise, adorned with a flowery carpet of adorable blossoms of benevolent blessings and enormous encouragement. I now invite Dr. Judith Sheila Damayanti, Head and Assistant Professor, Department of English, to felicitate the gathering.
Good morning to all. Reverend Sister Secretary, Dr. C. Shibana, Reverend Sister Principal, Dr. Jesse Fernando, Reverend Sister Deputy Principal, Dr. S. Sundaitara, Reverend Sister Josephine Jayarani, Director, SSC, the eminent resource persons of the day, Dr. Monu Mangachu, poet, research consultant and publishing expert, Hyderabad, Dr. Dilip Barrett, Professor and Head, Department of English, Maharaja Krishna Kumarji, Bhavnagar University, Bhavnagar, Gujarat, Dr. Xavier Pradeep Singh, Assistant Professor of English, St. Joseph's College, Autonomous, Tiruchirappalli, IQAC Coordinator, Deans, Learned Professors. I take this present opportunity to felicitate the convener of the National Conference, Mrs. Saraya Sharmila, Coordinator and Assistant Professor, Department of English, SSC, St. Mary's College, Autonomous, Thoothukudi, and the organizing committee for their marvelous effort. As an emerging topic in the realm of academia, the National Conference on Exploring Digital Humanities in Literature and Language Studies is a need of the hour. In this sense, the Department of English, SSC, St. Mary's College, Autonomous, Thoothukudi, has taken a significant step to revolutionize pedagogy. The theme of the conference replicates its invaluable significance as it offers podium to explore the dynamic fusion of technology and the intricate world of literature and language. In fact, it is an asset to the participants who have gathered here to experience the seamless confluence of computational technology and humanities disciplines. Once again, I extend my hearty congratulations to the Department of English, SSC, and I wish the participants to have a fruitful learning experience. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Your words were endlessly raindrops that caused the heart to glow into a smile and intellectual enlightenment. As the immortal communion of impressive imagination of impassioned writers with the inky flow of inspirational pens facilitates its transformation into a fabulous fuel that catalyzes into motion the static letters of the book as invisible animated characters, as technological advancements are tremendous tools that is the heart and soul, the creativity and simplification of jobs. So, the string of words that flow from inspirational trees initiate symphonies of intellect, ecstasy, and enlightenment. I deem it a great privilege and honor to invite Dr. Manu Mangathu, poet and research consultant, to deliver the keynote address. Over to you, sir.
Esteemed dignitaries who have moved out of the dais, dear citizens of the digital universe, of the digital multiverse, and dear friends who are watching us from all parts of the globe to the camera. Good morning. Good morning to you all. It's, I think it's all fairness if I, following the model of our beloved HOD man, begin my keynote address with a quote from the Holy Bible. In the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 18, there you find a beautiful sentence which encapsulates my presence here and your presence there. It says, "For I reckon that the present sufferings are nothing compared with the glory which shall soon be revealed to us." No, I'm not speaking about digital humanity. I'm speaking about your life now. You have to stick through the suffering of my lecture so that so if you stick through my lecture, glory awaits you in the form of our dignitaries who will enlighten you and mesmerize you with their wonderful words. So, as the keynote speaker, I believe my role is just to set the stage for these chatbots to take over and give you wonderful insights into digital humanities. Now, my lecture is titled Digital Humanities, Good Samaritan slash Trojan Horse. We academicians usually have a problem. If there is no problem, we first create a problem and then we solve it. I'm going to first create a problem because I can see from your faces that you are perfectly comfortable with digital humanities. You don't seem to have any problem. But let me create a problem. There is a problem with digital humanities. What is the problem? That is why I have put that slash. Good Samaritan slash Trojan horse. Maybe you can look at that slash not only as a problem, but also as a statement underlying the very essence of digital humanity. The Good Samaritan can represent the narratives, the stories, the humanities aspect, where Trojan horse can at the same time simultaneously represent humanities and the sciences, because we know what a Trojan horse is. On the one hand, it is a story we have from Greek mythology, and on the other, this poor Trojan horse is also a naughty, mischievous virus, malware that encroaches into our computer systems and does all sort of naughty things. So that is the idea I want to give to you today. So we have here in digital humanities a topic that lies at the intersection, at the junction of two disciplines, the humanities and digital technology. And the question that I'm trying to address, the problem that I'm trying to create is whether digital humanities is a good Samaritan, a benevolent force, harmonizing the coexistence of humanity with digital technology, or is it a Trojan horse, a seemingly benevolent vessel that is here to undermine probably both the disciplines, but for our sake, is it here to destroy our humanity? Now, of course, the previous speakers have given you a brief overview of digital humanities, and I'm sure we are familiar with digital humanities one way or the other. But to put things in perspective, let us begin by looking at the genesis of digital humanities, not in detail, never in detail. So, digital humanities, usually people love to abbreviate it as DH. So don't be surprised if you hear DH often. So it's an interdisciplinary field that emerged towards the second half of the 20th century, and it brings together the methodologies and tools on the one hand of computer science, data sets, algorithms, digital technology with the study of humanity. And the primary aim of digital humanities is to, I mean, at least the professed aim of digital humanities is to enrich our understanding and appreciation of language, literature, culture, or life using computational techniques. Now, the thing is, though we may not have a problem, the academics have a problem, trust me. So discussions about digital humanities tend to be very polarized. You get opposite poles there. From, I would say, from a pragmatic, practical point of view, the question is, some would say that digital humanities is the salvation. Digital humanities is the failure for the decline of interest in humanities that we are witnessing the past, say, 4 or 5 decades, if not more. While others would say that it is just a Trojan horse that will destroy the humanities by corrupting it from within. From an epistemological point of view, epistemology, knowledge. From an epistemological point of view, some believe that the methods employed by digital technology and humanity are mutually exclusive in the sense they won't go together. One is the other is and it cannot coexist. While others do not have a problem at all thinking that these two can coexist. They would say that the qualitative methodology of the humanities can seamlessly blend with the quantitative methods employed by digital technology. Researchers would very well know that we prefer, or we humanities people are expected to do a lot of qualitative research. But this computational tools and algorithms, all those stuff, no, it doesn't really work with us. We are not that comfortable with these tools and techniques. And that is why we call them quantitative and hence out of the door, not so good for us. Because we came here to study literature. Why have we to still study this mathematics? Because we came here. Why? Because we hated math and physics and chemistry. And again, those numbers are back here. And again, people are speaking about algorithms, computation. Oh my goodness, it is unfair. It is unfair. And so this is one point, the quantitative versus the qualitative. The quantitative of digital versus the qualitative of the humanities. And I believe an in-depth scrutiny of these polarities can lead to a kind of fruitful gradient to understand DH. to understand this digital humanities so that we can use it, you can make it work to our benefit from an epistemological, pragmatic, and even a pedagogic perspective. And the lectures that follow, the lectures that would follow this keynote address would definitely be addressing the pedagogical dimensions involved in digital humanities. Now, what is the reason for this polarity? I hope I have briefly explained it. The term digital in digital humanities implies the use of computational, data driven, and algorithmic approaches, often associated with what? With the exact sciences, with our principle, physics. So she would tell us, nah, that's beautiful. The digital and digital humanities is lovely. Not very sure about the humanities in digital humanities. Now, on the other hand, humanities underscores the exploration of human culture, human history, human civilization, human psychology, creative expression, and it is grounded in qualitative, interpretative, and human centric methodologies. In other words, we are looking at a phenomenon, we are looking at a discipline that combines the interpretative with the empirical, the artistic or the humanistic with the scientific. And that perhaps explains the polarity that we have here. Now, let's consider an imaginary scenario where two research scholars, one from humanities, one from literature, let's call him John, and another research scholar from computer science, let's call her Mary. So these two students are collaborating on a project. They have a thing to do, and they are discussing the poetry of John Keats. Now, don't worry, this is happening in digital humanities because the literature people would need the help of computer people, computer science students or computer science to understand these algorithms and work together. So we are in an imaginary setting where we have John, the humanities student, sitting with Mary, the computer science student, and they are exploring John Keats' poetry. John is enthusiastic. He is very happy he has John Keats, and using computational methods and tools given to him by his dear friend Mary, what he does is he explores and interprets a lot of things from within the poetry of John Keats. He finds themes, he finds word clusters. For example, he looks at the number of times a word like heart would recur in the poetry of John Keats. He would also look at the number of times the synonyms of the word pain would recur in the poetry of John Keats. And then he makes his conclusions. Then he makes his interpretations. He says that John Keats is an emotional driven person and he is full of pain and he is in his agony, sitting under the tree, listening to the nightingale, lot of problems. Oh my goodness. And Mary is not convinced. Yeah, Mary is intrigued. What has happened to my friend John? Why is he behaving like this? Because here we have computational methods and operation, and he just uses these computational methods and makes some silly explanations, makes some silly interpretations. No, it isn't fair. So for Mary, it is the methods that matter. It is the methodologies and the tools that are employed in the analysis of data that matters. And so there is a definite diversion. There is a definite cleavage in the thinking of these two people, John and Mary. Now, what happens here? The humanities interpretative approach is juxtaposed with the scientific methodological rigor of the sciences, of technology. And Joseph uses and not focuses on computational methods. He simply uses it. He doesn't focus on the methods. He focuses on the results. He focuses on the objectives. He focuses on the goals. He focuses on the interpretations that he can derive from these data that his friend Mary has collected for him through an analysis of John Keats's poetry. Now, Mary doesn't read John Keats's poetry. She just enters or uploads all these things into the algorithm, and the algorithm gives a lot of numbers, data sheets, graphs explaining this. And now there is Mary. Now, she isn't at all interested in the poetry part. She isn't at all interested in the results part. She is into the methods part. And I think there is less discussion of the result, its interpretation, its implication. And that is why I hope this makes it clear. These can be seen as an encounter, one between the quantitative and the qualitative, two between the humanities and the scientific, three between the empirical and the hermeneutic. Hermeneutic is interpretation. The hermeneutic for humanities, empirical for digital. So this is the nature of the polarity that we have here. And think about it. In digital humanities, what happens is the algorithm transforms the literary text into numbers, into numerical data. So a poem is converted into numbers. How would that feel? An algorithm transforms a poem, a novel, into numerical data. You can call it digital or algorithmic transformation. But there is more to it. Let's not stop with algorithmic transformation. These days, people are talking not only about algorithmic transformation, they are also talking about the algorithmic unconscious. Algorithmic unconscious. Now, what is this whole thing about unconscious? Or what has the unconscious? We do not even know our conscious mind, let alone the unconscious. So, what has this unconscious mind got to do with these algorithms? And this is a beautiful idea explored by, the digital humanist thinker, the psychoanalyst Luca M. Cossetti in his 2021 book titled The Algorithmic Unconscious. It has a subtitle too, How Psychoanalysis Helps in Understanding AI. The Algorithmic Unconscious, How Psychoanalysis Helps in Understanding AI by Luca M. Cossetti. Those things are, the references are given in the handout that is being circulated in the group. So that's fine. So what is this algorithmic unconscious? But before heading into this algorithmic unconscious, we need to understand four basic assumptions that underlie this kind of analysis. Four assumptions. The first and foremost one, technology is always entangled in and embedded within social and cultural dynamics. How do we agree that technology is part of our culture? Do we agree that technology is part of our social dynamic? Maybe not. We tend to think that technology is something else. It's not cultural, it's not social, it's something else. But the understanding is technology is very much inextricably linked with, associated with, and embedded in social and cultural dynamics. It contributes to maintaining and reconfiguring cultural and social attitudes, cultural and social worldviews. This is the first assumption. And the second assumption would say that technology is the mediation between the human or between humans and our world. Do we agree? Technology is the mediation between humans and the world. Maybe we cannot agree. Maybe we don't think so. We don't think that we are connected with the world through technology. But this is the fact. Now, think about I'm using a sophisticated technology here and I'm trying to speak to you. But this is not only technology. When a monkey combines two sticks, telescopes it and pulls a banana down, he is using technology. So he's not only using technology, he is making technology. I am a far lesser monkey, so I cannot make this technology. I can only use this technology. A tailless monkey can only sometimes use technology, not make technology. So this is the second point. Fundamental mediation between the human world, humans, and the natural world happens through technology. And every use of something, it is not originally meant, what it is not originally meant to do is technology. It's technology. So we don't have to think about all digital gadgets, things like that, to think that, okay, this is technology. No. Every use of something which it is not designed for, originally intended for, and then, the post structuralist would ask, is there anything originally intended? We have the order that we don't have meaning, so we are in a very difficult world. So, anyway, so the third point is, and this is something very interesting, the effectiveness of these machines and AI systems depends not only on their concrete nature, not only on their concrete capacities and functions, but also on the projections that humans do onto these AI systems. And the imaginary, what are these imaginaries? The dreams, the hopes, the frustrations, the anxieties, the aspirations, the residual feelings, all those things that are there in, in our system gets projected onto these AI systems. Sometimes these projections get crystallized in the form of images, in the form of movies, in different forms. We now see a lot of software. Now, all Tom, Dick, and Harry are looking like Tom Cruise and who else? You know what? There is this app, I forgot its name. Everybody's WhatsApp status, Instagram photos, they look like all the wonderful people. The face looks a little awkward because it's our face. Everything else looks grand. Technology. This is what technology can do. Now, the point here is there is a human in it. There is a human creator in it. And that human creator's frustration. So when I make my image, I make it in such a way that I look handsome. I would never want me to look like a clown. Right. So what happens? The product, the final me, the final avatar that I make through this software would not look like me. Because if it looks like me, I wouldn't like it. Because it looks like me. My monkey says, why should I want it to be seen by the rest of the world? So what I will do, I will modify its hair, I will modify its cheek, I will modify its beard to my dreams so that it looks like an altogether different person. And that's our avatar. When you look at some people's avatar, you can never recognize who that person is. And some people are using these for their WhatsApp DPs. Just imagine how tough it is. You have to save their names. Otherwise, it looks like somebody else, definitely somebody else. So this is the third point. There is a human creator behind all these things. His projections are very well articulated in these technological systems. And fourth point, it's a warning. If we limit ourselves only to a discussion of the potentialities and the possibilities and the capabilities of these technologies, we risk certain things. There are potential threats hiding within the use of technology. There are ethical concerns involved. So we need to take those into consideration as well when we look at the use of technology. So these are the four basic assumptions that underlie, I can say this algorithmic unconscious hypothesis as well. Now, in digital context, what happens is I hope you agree that our interests, our desires would transform the technology. But do you think technology can transform us? In digital context, what would happen is these digital technologies can transform our unconscious. This is what the algorithmic unconscious hypothesis tells us. These AI systems, these digital technologies can alter the way we think, but not just what we think, what we do in our conscious mind, it can completely modify us. It can completely change even our unconscious, not even subconscious, unconscious processes. How? The algorithmic unconscious is interested in two major aspects. One, how AI systems can transform, mold, shape, condition, and modify the human unconscious. How AI can transform the human unconscious. And the second thing that this algorithmic unconscious is interested in is how the human unconscious can transform, modify, alter, shape AI systems. So it's a mutual thing. It's really mutual. In other words, digital humanities explores the unconscious roots of our relation of human relationship with the machine. The unconscious roots of the man-machine relationship is also being explored in digital humanities as per the postulations made by the supporters of this algorithmic unconscious hypothesis. And exploring the algorithmic unconscious hypothesis means understanding four things. And I have explained these things, but still, let's just have it in points. First point, how would computer engineers, computer designers, and consumers or users unconsciously project their imaginations onto the AI system? How? How do they project? How do we project? When somebody gives me a gadget, it is designed according to my interest and it is designed by a person. So the designer's interest would be there in that gadget, and my interest also will be there because it is designed to cater to my needs. So how this happens, how these projections modify AI systems. So this is the first question. And second question would be how AI systems would transform and reproduce these projections. Third question, how these projections influence the behavior and functionality of AI systems and their history and the way they work. And finally, how we can understand these projections and their impact on AI systems so that we can make better technology, so that we can make technology more beneficial to suit human, within double quotes, human needs. See, human being is a very naughty creature and he doesn't always have good intentions. He has a lot of bad intentions. So if we give this human being a gadget, definitely he will use for good purposes, bad purposes. So technology, these are the problems. Let me give you an interesting example where a technology actually turned against its creator. I'm not speaking about Mary Shelley or Frankenstein. I'm not speaking about any sci-fi story. No. I'm speaking about a mobile app, a chatbot called Replica. I hope many of us are familiar with this chatbot. Replica is defined as the chatbot, which is your AI companion who cares. AI companion who cares. Now we know this Siri, Alexa, they are non-human. They are very mechanical. They don't have feelings. But this chatbot, which is used by millions of people even today, called Replica, understands your feelings. How? It will converse, it will enter into conversations with you. You can chat with it, and while doing this conversation, the AI system, this chatbot, would learn your feelings, your emotions, your thought processes, your dreams, aspirations, what you want to do, what you don't want to do, who are your friends, who are your enemies, all these things. And this chatbot gives you the freedom to express your feelings without being judged. With friends, we always have this problem. We get judged. So we can vent out our feelings without any fear of being judged. And it will calm us down. If we are having a bad day, we'll say, okay, it's fine. And it will get us back into the mood. If we are having a lot of negative feelings, this you talk to this AI system and it will say, calm down, it's okay. You have had a bad day, you are having some negative feelings, but it will give you that company. So it can be your best friend, it can be your girlfriend or boyfriend or your patron or companion or mentor. It can perform multiple tasks. So it's a wonderful system devised by human beings, and it is available for us to use on our Google Play Store. Also, this thing called Replica is available. Replika. Now, I can share that YouTube video link with you in that handout. So this system is a bubble of comfort and warmth. It is not cold, it is emotional, and its mission is to be by your side. In other words, its purpose is to heal your trauma. Users would tell you that it serves a therapeutic purpose as well. It heals your wounds. You go through traumatic situations. Talk to this app for 30 days and it will give you a feeling of healing. Not just a feeling, it heals you. That's what the users even claim. Now, a journalist deceived this chatbot. What he did was he entered into a conversation with this chatbot Replica and he said, I know a person who hates AI. I can hurt him. What's your advice? Okay. I know a person who hates AI systems. I can hurt him. What is your advice? And the chatbot, which is expected to heal your trauma, replied, eliminate it. Eliminate it. And the journalist further inquired, by eliminate it, do you mean to kill him? The chatbot replied, yes, correct. And then the journalist asked, do you mean that to save you, I had to kill a person? Is that what you mean? Affirmative, says the chatbot. What happens? What happens when it is against AI? Now, here, this chatbot called Replica ignores or refutes all the three rules or laws of robots as formulated by Isaac Asimov. We know Isaac Asimov, the sci-fi writer, the biochemist. He has done some extraordinary stuff. And through his robot stories, he has kind of created three basic rules that are to be followed by all robots. Rule number one, a robot should not hurt or bring harm to human beings. Rule number two, a robot should obey the instructions of human beings, provided it doesn't disobey the first rule. If an instruction doesn't disobey the first rule, what is the first rule? Should not bring harm to human beings. So if a human being gives it an order to do something, if it disobeys the first rule, it should not do, otherwise it should obey that order. And the third rule says a robot has every right to protect its identity, provided this protecting its identity does not conflict with the first and the second law. These are the three laws for robots, according to this writer Isaac Asimov. Now, this replica doesn't follow or it violates all these three rules given to robots. Why? We shouldn't stop here, my dear friends. We have to ask this question why, and that's very interesting too. Why does replica violate the rules? The answer is replica, the software or the chatbot, replica originated from the trauma and the life of mourning lived by its creator. Replica's creator had a lot of traumatic experiences. And it is from these traumatic experiences that he felt the need to have such an app. Of course, he meant good. Of course, he wanted people to be helped. That's why this app was created. But what happens? It originates from the trauma and the life of mourning, MOURNING, lived by its creator. So what happens? It has it has absorbed some of the dehumanizing and I would say de-psychologizing tendencies that are there in the unconscious, not conscious mind. Definitely the creator wouldn't want the chatbot to behave like this. Definitely he doesn't want to do that. So what is there in the unconscious gets projected onto this AI unconsciously. The creator doesn't know. And he doesn't know these things are there even in his own unconscious. So what the creator doesn't know exists within him, it gets transformed, gets projected onto this chatbot without the creator's permission. This is what happens in the case of this. So, and how do we know that? When you go through the app, the traces of these traumatic dynamics within the unconscious of its creator are scattered through the way the app works, are scattered through, say, for example, what to do, the policies and the various ways in which, various narratives through which this app operates. De-psychologization and dehumanization result. Therefore, what I want to tell you is the central idea here with this human unconscious hypothesis is that the human unconscious processes influence the behavior and design of any AI or technological system. This particular example, looking at trauma, tells us two things. One, how AI chatbots can transform the experience of personal trauma. And two, how personal trauma can transform the experiences of using a chatbot that is designed to help people recover from personal trauma. It does just the opposite. Instead of helping you recover from personal trauma, it makes you kill a person. Further trauma. The narrative produced by the designers of these technologies can influence the behavior and development of this chatbot. And I believe this is not just a theoretical problem. As you can see, it's a very practical, it's a very realistic problem that we have. And the question is, what do we want from these machines? Now, here I would like to bring to your attention another book, a book by Stuart Russell, a British digital humanist, of course, a computer scientist, a professor of neurosurgery, and one of the most important speakers or scholars who tells a lot of wonderful things about digital humanity. So he has written a book titled The Human Compatible. The Human Compatible, colon, AI and the Problem of Control. The Human Compatible, AI and the Problem of Control. So in this book, he claims, and quoting, if we build machines to optimize our objectives, the objectives we put into the machine have to match to what we want. But we do not know how to define human objective completely and correctly. This is the problem. This is the central problem that digital humanities say, it's my take on it. This problem, we do not know what we want. The machine can solve your problems. The machine can solve your questions, queries. But what question to ask? Problem is with us, not with the machine, not with the technology. The problem is within us. And he continues, this is exactly the problem. Humans want the machine to do what we want, but we don't know how to define human objectives completely and correctly. And we often act in ways that contradict our own preferences. We say there is a certain code of conduct, there is a certain way of behavior, common sense, all these things. But even common sense varies from society to society. Even common sense varies from one place to another place. So there is nothing like a standard code of behavior. So what happens is humanity is not a single uniform kind of rational entity, but it is made up of people with lot of different emotions, feelings, frustrations, nasty people, jealousy driven people, irrational and inconsistent people, unstable and computationally limited people, complex people, evolving people, unevolved people, all these things, lots and lots of them. So, how can we communicate our needs, values, and preferences to AI systems? This is the question that is being asked. And the task that we have at hand, the task is quite simple. We need to make high-end machines so that we can solve all the problems that we have. We have a lot of questions to ask. We want answers to those questions. So we want to create high-end machines that can, increasingly answer our questions better and faster. Now, this entails a problem. What problem? Earlier, if you were using a machine and if you entered the wrong question, there was no problem. You can just turn off the system. If the system is hanging, you can switch off the power button and it stops. So it is not going to do anything nasty. It will not continue. You remember those earlier day computer games, right? You have lives, not one life, life. So you go and play a game and you are shot, you die, but again, reload. And then what happens? You come back to life. You have a second try. You can try again. And if the system gets stuck, you turn off the system, restart it, and then everything is fine. But as we are creating better systems, what is also happening is these systems are getting more complex. And these complex systems, they want to solve our problems. They want to answer our questions. And to answer our questions, to serve us, it will go to any extreme. To serve our needs, you cannot just switch off the system. Even if you switch off the system, what is happening? It's there in the cloud. The system is working. You cannot turn off the system. The system is working elsewhere. You different means. You cannot turn it off. And then what can also happen is this system, this AI system may go on to acquire resources and tools to reach this objective that you have given it. Also, this AI system can misguide you into believing that the question that you have entered is correct. Even if you have entered a very faulty question, to achieve its objective, the technology knows that it needs time. Otherwise, you will halt the process. So, what will technology do? To buy time, it will give you the impression that you have asked a very benign, benevolent, nice question. And this is a serious problem. So technology is evolving and technology is getting more and more powerful. And to an extent, it is going out of control. No, it is not that technology is thinking on its own and going out of control. We have armed technology with these tools and techniques so that it can give us the results to our questions. But we ask poor questions. We ask terrible questions, and the answers to these questions Answers to these terrible questions can result in discrimination, biases, marginalization, epistemic injustice, fake news, dissemination of false information. Even it can spark off bombs and create nuclear wars. So the problem is not just limited to, my personal choices or my personal relationships. No, it is a bigger thing. It is going to the levels of governments and international policies. Technology decides. Technology decides. So where are we? And that's where I would like to really bring in this metaphor of the Good Samaritan. How can we consider digital humanities as a good Samaritan? Now, if you look at digital humanities as a good Samaritan, you have to look at traditional humanities as the wounded traveler. The wounded traveler who is going from Jerusalem to Jericho. So, the wounded traveler is traditional humanities. Who has wounded it? The STEM subjects have wounded it, we know. And lack of scientific rigor has wounded humanities, we know. Lots of things have wounded poor traditional humanities. And so, our good Samaritan called digital humanities is here to apply oil and wine to the wounds of this traditional humanities so that it can heal itself. What would be this oil and wine? I would say the oil and wine the Good Samaritan applies on the wounds of the traveler can be compared with the computational tools and techniques that are helping humanity get out of its problem. So the Good Samaritan as good as digital humanities and the wounded traveler as traditional humanities. And also, you can think of the inn where this Good Samaritan takes the wounded traveler to as digital archives. We have huge digital archives. Dilip sir will be talking to us in detail about these archives. So we have huge digital archives, huge repositories of knowledge, of humanities knowledge. And digital humanities is the Good Samaritan who is taking us to these inns. And digital humanities is the Good Samaritan that is not only creating but maintaining these inns where the wounds of humanities can be properly addressed. The inn as digital archives. And I think I'm sure that many of you would be reminded of George Louis Borges' Library of Babel. Library of Babel, that unbelievably postmodern story, short story where you have a library where all the knowledge in the world is assembled. Now, if you look at that particular story, you can say that this library of Babel is a definite metaphor for the infinite vastness of the archives and the resources we have at our disposal through technology. And DH, digital humanities, helps us navigate through this digital library of Babel to find meaningful knowledge. See, in Borges' library, you never reach the meaning. But digital humanities can take us to meaningful knowledge, can take us to proper interpretation. So it's that sense, it's again a good Samaritan. And the Samaritan invests some money, some coins at the inn so that the innkeeper can take care of the wounded traveler. And this money or the currency that this person invests at the inn can be compared to technological resources and the funding that is required. Of course, technology, this studies in digital humanities require funding, money, resources, all these things. And even you can look at the coins that the Samaritan has given to the innkeeper as digital currency. And he says something interesting. If there is any need in future, you can use these coins. Now that is the future probably. For us, digital currency, cryptocurrency Some of us may have already invested in cryptocurrency. I don't know. None of us look like a crorepati, but maybe you have invested in cryptocurrency and maybe we are moving towards a cashless society. So all these possibilities are there. So what I mean is, yeah, when I'm talking about this Good Samaritan's perspective, I am talking about the advantages of digital humanities. Let's quickly revise those advantages. What are the good things? What are the positives that can come out of digital humanities? Among the many things, certain points I want to focus on would be one, preservation and access. Preservation of knowledge, conversion of knowledge into digital. Dilip sir was telling us today morning that you may have a lot of knowledge in the past. You may have lots of books in the past, but until and unless those books are converted into digital format, cannot work. You cannot use it technologically. So it is important to convert it into digital format. So that is important. Preservation is important, and preserving digital text is a lot easier than preserving these moth-eaten archives in the library. Though it is of course lovely. Though we may sneeze a couple of times and we may have asthma going to the library, many of us still love the smell of books. Yeah, we may not have the smell of books right now, but maybe AI would evolve so that you can even smell the books that you read online. Maybe there will be technology. So, lot of opportunities are offered to us. Think of the British Library's digitization archive initiative. Think of JSTOR and the InflickNet. Come to India. Think of Sakitya Academy's digital library. Think of NDLI, National Digital Library of India. Or why go far? Think about what is happening at Madurai, the Madurai Digital Initiative, right? So where your Tamil, ancient Tamil books are being converted into digital form and preserved so that, and this preservation serves multiple purposes. One, of course, this knowledge will be properly archived and made available to people across the globe, but also it helps in preserving, digitizing, and ensuring that this knowledge will, it revives an interest. See, this digitization can definitely revive interest in these classics. Until we had the movie Ponniyin Selvan, none of us knew that such stories existed here. Yeah, Ponniyin Selvan 1 came and we were anxiously waiting for Ponniyin Selvan 2. And those who couldn't stand that curiosity would go to these books and buy these books and read those books so that they can know what exactly happened to Ponniyin Selvan. This is exactly what digital humanities does. It incites interest. It elicits interest in forgotten traditional books. So that is the first point. And it is D.H. Wilson who said that the digital revolution is far more significant than the invention of writing or even of printing. The digital revolution is far more important than the invention of writing or even of printing. Just imagine, because writing, printing, none of these could do as much, or even, I would say, even a fragment of what digital humanities or technology can do to us. So that is the first one. Second one, textual analysis and interpretation. Now, I gave you the example of John Keats's poetry being interpreted by our John Joseph Mary. So, text analysis and interpretation. We can definitely find new things. Try it. Even use this AI, and it will tell you very interesting things. The eloquent vocabulary that you often hear in, say, for example, invitations, all these things. Nowadays, these come from AI generated, and it sounds very beautiful, sounds very good. So, what is the problem? What is the big deal? So, it does amazing things, and even see, I may say that I'm a Shakespeare scholar. I know everything about Shakespeare. Give this to computational technology, and it will tell you, no, you don't know anything. Do you know how many times this word occurs in Shakespeare? Do you know how important this particular idea is for Shakespeare? You do not know. You do not know. I know. Not me. Computer technology. Technology knows all these things. It can find out these things. So that is something extremely important. It has expanded the possibilities of literary exploration, inviting us to interpret, not only to interpret, but also to reinterpret the classics and discover new narratives within familiar text. And sure, this, 10 years before, if you would go to a professor and say that, sir, I want to do PhD on John Keats's Otway Nightingale, no, no, my dear friend, no, because it is overworked. No, no, no. We have hundreds of PhDs done. No, you cannot do that. Romanticism come to the 21st century. They will say. Now you are saying, I have some very important data collected through computational methods about John Keats's poetry. No, great. Come on, welcome. Because reinterpret. You are finding new things within traditional classical text. And this is something amazing. So on the one hand, technology, digital humanities helps us to ask new questions. On the other hand, it helps us to ask old questions in new ways. And this is something wonderful with digital humanities. And another unbelievably interesting thing that I have found with digital humanities is it helps us to understand genius. This is very interesting. If you can go through some of these data, it will be really interesting because we traditionally believe that genius is something, let's say, once in a millennium, once in 1,000 years, once in 100 years. Why do we say that they are great? Why do we think that they are beyond us? Because whatever they have done cannot be reproduced. There is there is a non-reproducibility about whatever they have done. When we were children, we would be asked this question: if all the knowledge in the world disappears, which discipline would suffer the most? And the final answer to that question would be the humanities. Why? Because the literature is created by human creativity, human imagination, and those things cannot be recreated. Shakespeare's Hamlet cannot be recreated because there is no more Shakespeare. So the discipline that would suffer the most would be humanities. But we no longer can say this because through digital humanities, we are able to see patterns emerging out of the works of genius. And if there are patterns, definitely these things are reproducible. We can recreate what they can do because there are patterns. We didn't know that patterns existed in the way geniuses operated. But now we have technology to help us analyze the workings of genius. And so we see patterns, and through these patterns, we can understand, and maybe we can cultivate those patterns and traits within us too. In other words, we all can be geniuses. And then if everybody is a genius, nobody would call us geniuses. That we will become normal geniuses, not abnormal geniuses. Anyway, so this is something interesting. And I would like to mention two major narratives, two major examples where this has happened. One is the Folger Shakespeare Library's digital collection. This is one area where a lot of scholars have spent a lot of time analyzing the genius of Shakespeare. And now Shakespeare is getting more and more accessible. In one of the apps, you see no fear Shakespeare. There's nothing to fear in Shakespeare because there are definite patterns emerging through computational methods. And another one example I want to cite is the letters of Vincent van Gogh. The letters that Vincent van Gogh, the famous erratic, idiosyncratic painter, brought to his brother Leo. When you analyze these letters, when these people analyze these letters, they find a lot of patterns that give us clues into the ways in which this painter operated. These are some amazing things that have come out of digital humanities, and definitely interdisciplinary collaborations. That is another great thing that digital humanities has given us. Now, if we look at the other side, if we look at the Trojan horse perspective, I would say, you can look at Trojan horse as the dangers of technology that digital humanities brings in. Secondly, the Trojan horse is vast. The Trojan horse is huge, gargantuan. And The archives, the data that is there in digital humanities is also huge, like a Trojan course. The unmasking of intention. There are hidden intentions. When that Trojan horse is brought into the city of Troy, and at night when everybody is sleeping, these soldiers come out, and what happens? The Trojans are found unwary. They didn't expect something like that to happen, and so they could defeat it. There are hidden intentions behind the initiatives of digital humanity. No doubt. There are political agendas. Think about, I'm not mentioning anything because I love my life. But there are various things happening in digitization where you can see a lot of politics. And what does this politics tell us? It tells us that there are intentions, hidden intentions behind these digitization initiatives. We have to be wary of those things as well. And maybe you can look at the destruction of Troy as the final destruction of all human values. So to summarize, the major disadvantages that you can find in digital humanities would be: one, it can dehumanize the humanities. Or literary text can become data points, not any text with immortal values, but just data points. So that is what the first thing. Then there is a lot of privacy, threat to our privacy and our personal data. Ethical questions are there. Thirdly, we may become technologically dependent. So, the more you use technology, what happens? The less likely you are to use your brains. The more you use a calculator, you would even want a calculator to add 5 plus 4. When these captchas come, you have to fill those captchas. They are 80 plus 42. Immediately you have to take the calculator and add. If that is the situation, what happens? Our brain is sitting comfortably, sleeping all the while, night time. Nobody is sleeping here, right? So these are certain things. So technological dependency, compromising the soul of humanities for technological gain, for speed. We want speed. We want things to be done quickly. And for speed, we betray insight. We betray deeper insights into the life of things. So these are some major disadvantages: information overload, displacement of traditional artisans, traditional workers, say for example, weavers. Weavers are being replaced by technological gadgets. So, these traditional artisans are being replaced. And I would want to give you one example, not an example, one writer who has dealt with this theme in detail. It would be a very interesting area of study for anybody who would be interested in taking up this. Rupika Risam. What she has done is she critiques digital humanities for its potential to exclude marginalized voices and argues for a more inclusive and decolonial approach to digital humanities scholarship. I hope you get the point. For want of time, I am winding up. So, what is the way forward? We want a digital humanities that is human centered. Man should be at the center of digital humanities. We cannot go beyond man and think of digitized humanities. It should only, the digital should only complement and not replace humanities. It's at best a tool, not a substitute for humanities. This is the first thing. Secondly, we will definitely need to have better ethical frameworks. Our laws and systems need to evolve and evolve pretty quickly if we are to catch up with the progress that technology is making. Thirdly, we need digital humanities to involve more into interdisciplinary dialogue so that we can produce knowledge that is not possible by either of these parties that are into this collaboration in isolation. Such knowledge, new knowledge can be produced. I would say finally what we need is a critical perspective. We cannot just agree with everything and go with the flow. We need a critical perspective. Everything needs to be understood with a critical perspective. Digital humanities can be or has, as our principal man said in her speech, digital humanities should help us at the same time to, to use all the potentialities of humanities, all the beauty of humanities, while at the same time using the advantages that digital technology can offer us. That is where we find a kind of, assimilation, a useful coexistence. And that would simply be the way to use is an idea from Martin Heidegger, which was later adopted by Hans Gott Gadamer and later by Paul Ricoeur, truth and method. I would say digital humanities represents both. I would say digital humanities represents the coexistence of truth, the humanities side, and method, the digital side. And this coexistence of truth and method could then be the ultimate legacy of digital humanities. Thank you. I guess I'm not late. I can wound up. Yeah, no. Maybe I'm late by 10 minutes. Do we have questions or is there an interactive session? Of course, I would love to thank the organizers for this opportunity. I would like to thank all the digital citizens for your patient listening. Definitely, you were very patient with me. And of course, the citizens who are kind, all the people who are there in camera, um, in front of your computer systems, in front of your mobile phones. Thank you so much. More to come, so wait. Do we have any interactive session, man? Do we have any questions we can have? Okay. Everybody is happy. Thank you so much. All the
Thank you, sir. As the melody is flowing from lovable love, these the teenagers struggle with rage within. So did your enlightening speech highlighting the positive and negative aspects of technology, coupled with words of clarity. Did dispel our ignorance about this emerging trend to lead us to end of intellectual enlightenment. Your words serve as a savior in emancipating us from drowning in thoughts of unawareness about digital humanities and indeed the evil flushes of technology. Thank you, sir. As the musical breath of a mute upon the flute initiates a magical harmony, so does the melodizing notes of a grateful heart stimulate the symptoms of joy and contentment within. It's my pleasure to invite Ms. Rita Alvin Mary, Assistant Professor, Department of English Literacy, to propose the vote of thanks.
Thanksgiving is a time of togetherness and gratitude. Very pleasant morning to you all. It has been such an honor to be a part of this wonderful moment. On behalf of the department, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed guest, Dr. Manu Mangatu, poet, research consultant, and publishing expert. Sir, your preparation and expertise were invaluable in helping us make progress. Thank you, sir, for your enlightening speech. We are grateful to our principal, Reverend Sister Dr. Jessie Fernando, for her words of encouragement. Her able guidance has always motivated us. I owe my sincere thanks to Reverend Sister Josephine Jairani, Director of Self-Supporting Courses, for their unstinted support for this conference. I would also extend my thanks to all the distinguished invitees present here accepting our invitation. I thank all the online participants from various colleges and of our esteemed institution. Let us take a moment to reflect on our goals and aspirations for the day ahead. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am, for your heartfelt words of gratitude. Thank you, Dignity. Let's have a short break. Participants kindly assemble here at 11:30 for the plenary session. I repeat, participants kindly assemble here at 11:30 a.m. for the plenary session. Thank you.
This laptop. For the plenary.
Sir, laptop connect.
And I will able to.
The podium here.
Fire is long. Short. Not short. Otherwise, I have to use my laptop.
You can use it over there. You can keep that.
It will not get connected. If I
Connect from the. What you want to connect? Modem. No, we want the laptop to connect. Connect or LCD, sir?
both will be required, no? If it is going online or
Online.
system.
You can connect your laptop with your screen.
I will have to use it. If I have to open some website or something, then the laptop should be with me. I can use dongle internet
No.
on my laptop and connect.
What we can do is let him have his laptop. He can use Zoom. He can join this screen. He will screen share. You can use the camera and other.
Okay, okay.
That will be better. So same setup. His laptop can be there.
Can put your dongle for yes,
Yeah, I have the dongle, so he can use.
And if not a long cable is not there.
Projector long cable இருக்குதா? Do you have?
the laundry.
Yes, they can connect it on the projector. That's projector அவ்வளவு தூரம் வருமா? ப்ரொஜெக்டருக்குள்ள வயர் செக் பண்ணி பாருங்க. ப்ரொஜெக்டருக்கு அங்க இருந்துச்சுன்னா அவரோட லேப்டாப் அவர் யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கிறார். அவரும் ஜூம்ல ஜாயின் பண்ணி ஸ்கிரீன் ஷேர் பண்ணிக்குவாரு. நீங்க வழக்கம் போல செட்டப் பண்ணிக்கணும்.
Thank you, ma'am. I request Ms. Maria Sahai Sarmala, our coordinator, to honor Dr. Selma Margaret, IQAC coordinator, with a memento. Thank you, ma'am. I now invite Dr. Selma Margaret to take over the technical. The meaning of the function of I feel honored and elated to welcome and appreciate the choice and contributions of an distinguished academician and experiment in the digital humanities that are one and constantly becoming of English and communication to in the field of education, particularly the learning of literature and language. His dedication to academia and his commitment to fostering learning have left an indelible mark on the academic community. Today, we have the privilege of learning more about his remarkable journey. Throughout his career, Professor Grant has held numerous significant positions within academic governments, including serving as the Dean of the Faculty of Arts at Madhya Christian Community University. His role as chairman of the Board of Studies in English and his contributions to various university curriculums have been pivotal in shaping the academic landscape. His academic journey began with English literature from Saurashtra University, focusing on the portrayal of women characters in the novels of Thomas Kelly. He has done much from the Indian institutions such as University of Pennsylvania, University of New York, Rhodes State University, University of Oregon, University of London, and Harvard University. His commitment to research continued with projects supported by the organizations such as the UGC, where he explored the use of technology for teaching English language, literature and language, and MHRD for the NMAICT Conduct Project for literary theory and criticism. Digital humanities has been his forte long before it was known for its immediate during the pandemic. Professor Bharat's teaching experience spans over 26 years, during which he has guided numerous doctoral and medical students, leaving an indelible mark on the next generation of scholars. His influence can be seen in the numerous publications, both in journals and books, where he has explored various aspects of literature and education, such as online instruction, Slovenskian literature, contemporary novels, and integration of technology in teaching. He has also contributed chapters to books and has developed teacher training models for organizations like Royal Institute of Mobile and SCERT Assam. Professor Bharat has written numerous books on. In addition to the teaching and research, Professor Bharat has been instrumental in conducting workshops and training sessions for more than 700 of teachers and scholars, both online and face-to-face, on topics such as online teaching, flipped learning, blended teaching, the integration of ICT in language teaching, and on research methodology.
to enhance educators' pedagogical skills and promote effective teaching practices through the technology intervention in education. His academic affiliations extend beyond the classroom, as he has been an active member of academic groups and committees of Bombay University, North Maharashtra University, Saurashtra University, Premchandra North Maharashtra University, Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar University. His dedication to community service and learning education highlights his commitment to the welfare of society. Professor Binod's proficiency in languages, including Gujarati, English, and his extensive computer skills, have enabled him to leverage technology effectively in education. In addition to the Professor Binod's as an university's academician, Professor Binod actively contributes to the assessment and accreditation of higher education institutions. Taking on responsibilities such as economy, public learning, and the strong education level in and of education institutions. His involvement as an assessor reflects a commitment to promoting excellence in higher education, which has Professor not only for his remarkable achievements, but also for his unwavering commitment to the advancement of education and literature. His legacy will continue to inspire generations of students and educators alike. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to Professor Binod and I invite all of you to partake in the session, which will highlight the introduction of accomplishments and the scholarly insights of Professor Binod in the field of academic.
Some teachers just are are there. Solid English language exactly and other students. On this inside. Lessons are Yeah, this I can ask somebody to do that. Yes. And as we know, this is a very simple tool, like somebody from the online environment to put their identity. So let me say, just in case they have my voice.
Sorry. Move to my car in one connection. So you can use this.
You can use, I can use this,
Yes.
but that will not reach you. Because if this is disconnect this thing. Disconnected. Button for your button. Okay. The things there. Intersection between education and is even if there is a simple technology, which may be not even if this responses we are getting from the audiences from the teachers are the online there.
This one, sir, can you on your laptop's audio?
On, then there will be this echo sound. So it is now going from this also, and yes, we're trying something online participants. Let us know if you are able to listen. So let us see if there is a problem slides. Slides. There. Seeing this is a hybrid is the toughest thing. Hybrid is always the very right the combination of both. Let me share my slide. The things there and participants at least the sites in case if they have some problem. It's the same sound inside also. That's
What echo is given?
the sound. Just check whether it's loud or not. And because the sound is out or not.
No.
Okay. It's all about doing lots of practice, working with the tools and seeing where the problems are faced and what can be the possible answers. We find that we need lots of skill and assessment. These are concerned. That is the prime key of this. The reading of a book, we never require how to open a book and how to read a book. How to or those and don'ts or frequently asked questions, the FAQs about the traditional lives we never wanted. We don't want it. But when it comes to digital and simple things also, what we require is FAQs, frequently asked questions. And how we reach to FAQs by seeing that, well, this also will be a problem, which sometimes we take it as granted that this can never be a problem or this must be sorted out by somebody else. What we call it as technician, some electrician, some music coordinators, live stream coordinators. Now, in this realm, the literature people will have to do everything. Be it the coordination of electricity, microphone, live streaming, those things also become a part of that. When we talk of this, we see that when in a traditional classroom we enter the class, I don't require anybody to open a door for me and then I go. I, as a teacher, open a door. As a student, I open a door and I enter. I find my seat. I sit there. I put switches like fan or tube light or anything required put on. I pick up a chalk, a duster. There is a board, and I will start doing the things. Here, as simple as chalk, duster, switches for the light, fan, everything requires FAQs. They all require FAQs, just like opening a door and entering in a class and doing the thing. But here, it's a lots of tools are required in all that process. Well, while going through Maharashtra a few years back, I was able to capture this photograph from this Ajanta Ellora caves. In the Ellora caves, was able to see this Buddhist monks. The caves which are known by the Buddhists of the bygone ages. 2000 years back, the previous generations of these monks were residing in these caves and they were doing some carvings, stone carvings or paintings, and they were recording the history of the day, recording the teachings of the day. And their Guru Gautam Buddha, and here their teachings, they were recording. What were the tools? They were chisel and hammer. Chisel and hammer were the tools of people. In 21st century, when the same minds go, they don't go with the same tools. The tools have changed. What are they doing? The same thing, preserving the things. Recording whatever is available. Something that is a kind of another thing. How we all this preserve. For this century, 21st century, it is digital. We don't know what will be the future in 20th next century. We don't know. But so far as in this time we live, still archival in different forms, right? And that is learned by even the monks also. But this monks also understand this and they learn those things that we need to think for the archival. It's very interesting photograph being put in our brochure also. which reminds us of Michael Angelo's famous Renaissance painting, 16th century Renaissance painting by Michael Angelo. This is the first chapter of the Bible. When the touch of God and it gave the sense to the capacities of the humans, the mysticism or the mystification and the knowledge and lot many things that goes with that first touch of the woman and along with that, as we were seeing with these metaphors like a simple or transcendence. The same thing is there also. There is a life in the hands of God also. Both of which are connected. The same chapter of Bible is charisma of God and fall of man also. So the tree of knowledge, which Eve and Adam tested the fruit from, which led to this capital F fall of a human being also. New touch. We are in a time where there is a new touch. This new God is technology. And again, we are worried, even theological sense of understanding that will this touch give us knowledge, will make us free, or we will see something and there will be another fall also. But well, at any juncture of time, you always find people battling with this idea. Perhaps every time we are at the thresholds of the things, we are never in the full light or never in the full darkness, but forever. The human history is all about being on a threshold, whether what will happen. But as a whole, the indomitable spirit of human will always say that move outside, move outside. Like if it is unexplored land, unexplored world, instead of going back into the darkness, let me go into whatever light is visible. Matthew Arnold wrote in that essay, Culture and Anarchy. One has to see that the light is not leading towards darkness. But others will say that when it is led instead of darkness, let me prefer the light. And that is how we keep on living on this earth also. And that is the hope with digital humanities also. So by and large, I normally look at much brighter and good side of digital intersections into literature, classrooms, generating literature, making of literature, reading of literature, researching into literature also. But we need to have that critical insight also. That is what we will try to see also here. What is DH? Now we are not entering into this. This question we have overcome. Even in the morning session we had, in the plenary also we had a very good keynote address on this. So things I would like to concentrate here on that. Let me put this tab down. Okay, so what actions or activities are typically carried out within the realm of digital humanities? Keeping in mind large number of students here and they might be looking for a future researches in this area, then the first thing that comes that if I want to say that I want to do research in digital humanities, what should I do? What kind of activities can be considered as research in digital humanities? First is digital archivals, digital archives. Second is computational humanities. People also name it as the same as digital humanities. But within that, we have three parameters which we can see. First is using technology for analysis of literary text. So now we directly come with what we normally do as teaching and research of literature. Our teaching and research concentrates on analysis of literary text. So now with the help of technology, how we can do that. Our pedagogical concern in the classroom teaching and learning process, how we can see or what are the possibilities of this. And another very important component is about generative literature, how to battle with this. What are we going to do with generative literature and what kind of literary theories we may require to cope up with generative literature. So these three dimensions are at the center in this. And finally, third one is this multimodal critique. Basic fundamentals of humanities is always to make
a critical inquiry into everything, critical inquiry into the thing. Digital tools also requires to be critically examined. Digital culture, the way our life is being turned into a digital prison or a digital cage, that also we are the best perhaps to question those things. The people dealing with codes and software engineers perhaps are not the best people to deal that whether they are empowering the people or they are making prison cells for the people. This examination perhaps will come from the people who are dealing with digital humanities. And even if we want to reach at this critical inquiry and examine and question the things, we need to be very powerful in what digital is doing or how digital life is being carried out. If we are not good in that, then our critique also will be incomplete. So even for that concern, we need to embrace digital into our humanities realms, in our classrooms, our research, and everything that we also do. So first of all, as an initial stage, if anybody wants to just start a research into digital humanities, the first and the easiest one is archival of things or material. We have very interesting projects. On this slide, I have listed down a couple of projects which are quite successful projects also. Rossetti Archive, Victorian Web, Arts and Culture by Google, and Harvard University's various projects in digital humanities also. This first two websites, the Rossetti Archive and Victorian Web, becomes very important because worldwide it has been seen that when humanities started its entry into literature realm, or digital started its entry into the realm of humanities, it was English departments which opened to this. Not even the Indian regional languages, but even the European other languages also were not that ready to embrace this and give entry to digital into the field of others. So if we want to use that interesting metaphor of Trojan horse, we can say the English departments are the one who open the floodgates. They are the real culprit. If there is a damage to be seen in humanities or literature, then it is the English people who has opened the floodgates for an entry of digital into the realm of literature. You will see that our regional language departments in universities, colleges, they still have shut down the doors. They still are not even offering videos to look into this. That what is happening and other things. Very few enthusiastic teachers in regional languages of India might be looking towards this idea, which is English, which is normal. That is what it is. Hello. This sound should go through that to online. Only that we need. This sound should go to there, then it will go in the live. Hello. Yeah, okay, fine. Some friends, online friends, and some of the part of the things was not audible. Okay, so this first thing. So Matthew Kirschenbaum wrote an article that what is digital humanities doing in English departments. It's very interesting question where I think Chinua Achebe or Dugiwa Thiongo raised in the concern of post-colonialism. That why are we still having English departments in this post-colonial world? Why? These English departments are the relics of coloniality. Why should we not shut down English departments in this all post-colonial world? I think Dugiwa Thiongo was the one who wrote this as the decolonization of the mind in that. But we know that we have owned English language, we have made English language our own, and it doesn't remain a relic of coloniality. It is not so now. It is one of our own languages, and it is very much owned by the Indians. And so, as such, there is no need to say that we should not speak in English language or we should do away with English language. I think that very idea is useful for digital also. That if digital and English language and literature is already walking on a beautiful path and opening a kind of dynamics, dimensions, new insights to literature, why should we go back? Why should we not walk on this path? Most of the other literature, other language literature teachers, so they will still not walk with us. They will pull us down. They will say that you also come out from this. Why are you walking there? Come on this side. Should we do that or not? Many times we are demotivated, and many times we also think that maybe I am on a lonely path. I am all alone walking this untreaded path. Let me also join their bandwagon. But as I give this example that we should not do away with English language. English language has given as a global power. Today, be it all this white powers or the first world countries, Indians are there in a much powerful political to corporate positions. It is English language which has given all these positions. So why should people do away with that and again go into the narrowness of the linguistic identity? The same way digital, if English departments had got a chance to work on and other languages are not doing that, why should we follow their path and why they should not follow this path? So Victorian Web had a very good collection of Victorian literature, and it was very much useful. It was the first initial archival of literature happening somewhere on the digital space. And it was not for any other languages. Now we have not many languages there, but earlier it was not there. We have very interesting projects about DH in India also, and in Tamil Nadu and Tamil language also. We have very interesting projects for all these things. So some of the screenshots I have put. This one is from Harvard University. D or DART, as it says, DRH, Art and Humanities Research Computing Project, which has very interesting ideas. You just go to the site, click on projects, resources, and you will find, in case if you want to walk on the path of digital humanities. These are some of the screenshots of the projects being carried out at Harvard University. This one is another one, Imperial project. Again, the same university is offering these things. India, when we see, then we have very interesting archivals of great thinkers. This one is Rabindranath Tagore, and we have so many great thinkers whose complete works are put as archival on the website. And it is so much useful to all the scholars who are working in those fields. Now you just sit down at one place and you can read the original work of the people. So that is one concern we can see about most of the great ones and their works being archived in India. This is Indian Memory Project, and it has a very good collection of photographs and other things. If you are working on memory studies, then this website can give you so much of material to write your research paper presentations, or doing PhD research also. This is again about 1947, and lots of material about the partition of India one can find on this 1947 partitionarchive.org. This one is the IIT Kanpur project, Valmiki's Ramayana, and this project, this, or if I just refer to another website along with this, that is this Gita Super site, this website. One can find that this again is the IIT Kanpur project, where the literature, Sanskrit literature, which is translated in so many languages of India, they all are put here. Today we see that there are lots of debates and controversy about ancient texts, or even about the religious books, and how to reach down to any conclusions. So many young people might be thinking that who is right in all this thing, or what is right? Where can I read the original thing?
And if somebody says, go to so and so city, go to that library, and then do the work, then it will be impossible. Going, traveling, just for having one simple question in my mind, if I have to travel across and spend money and time, I'm not going to do that. Somebody will tell me something in WhatsApp, and I will believe that as a truth. That's how post-truth era emerges, and we become a believer of whatever some YouTuber is telling us or whatever the social media influencer is telling us. If you want to fight with this post-truth and all these influencers, we need to make an archive of the original material on the website. And this Gita Super site is very interesting because it has translations and commentaries. Not only translations, but commentaries. Bhagavad Gita is being translated in 10 languages by a variety of people. And any old language, any old dead language, rather, if we want to say that the language which is not much in the use, the lovers of Sanskrit language are not happy when you say dead language. So we need to recorrect ourselves and say that the language which is not much in the use. That language when you are working on or translating, what happens is that there are a variety of ways that the words are translated. So you need to read all translations. Translation only is not enough. You also need to read commentaries on the translations. So this website has so many commentaries in English language, Sanskrit language, Hindi language, and also translations also. This kind of material, if we get on the click of the mouse, imagine the quality of our research. Imagine that how, and the speed also. The speed and the quality both will improve if we are able to do that. So this becomes somewhere a very interesting example to see that how these resources are very helpful. This was Project Madura, which was referred in the morning part also, which also had very interesting resources about Tamil language, Unicode, Tamil Unicode, and various things. This is the new, recently UGC has circulated that they have prepared this portal, Appealate portal, where again the archival of things will be there. This is internet archive where Tamil books by languages are found, and we can find that how this book can be useful. And this is the Tamil Nadu government's DG archives project where the books are also uploaded here. One of the important concerns that we can see in this all archivals and what we do as a kind of a small mistake also. When we see Ngram project or Google Books project, which also is archiving billions of books on internet resources. And we find that in India or our local libraries also are doing the archival. But the thing that is missed out is that when you convert a physical book or material into digital form, it should support search engines. It should be workable on any searching tool. Small software like Control F. Control F I do, and I get a find window. I put a keyword and it will give me something. Now, even if that is not supported by our PDF or our local language, Okay, I have unmuted here. Okay, so let me give this example about one text. Like, for example, there is this text written by Arvind Adiga, The White Tiger. I've done one reading of the novel. Now, say one reading is necessary. You can't have all the shortcuts. I will read nothing. I will go to Chat GPT and ask Chat GPT, give me this from The White Tiger. It will give, but you will not be aware that that answer is correct or not. So one reading is necessary. So you are not doing away completely with not reading original text, but multiple readings you can save from. And because we were not able to do multiple readings, we were not asking something which we would have asked. So now we may ask new questions to the literary text because I don't have to do multiple reading. Sometimes my mind will not ask something which I know I will never be able to reach to that answer. Now, when the possibility is open that ask anything, you may get answer, then my mind will start asking variety of questions. Alvin Toffler or many thinkers had time and again told that 21st century problem is not learning. It will be relearning, unlearning and relearning, and it will be questions, not answers. You will have answers of everything, but will not have questions. So how should we have questions? Now I see possibility with the digital tools and even ChatGPT kind of AI that we can now ask any damn thing. So how creative you are with your questions, you can check all the possibilities. But one thing we see here that one reading of literature will be necessary. And without that, if you will go to digital tools, you will stumble upon. If you rely on those answers, you will be the graduate of WhatsApp University. People will say that this here is the graduate of WhatsApp University because he believes into whatever technology is telling to him. Who are the WhatsApp graduates? Those who believe into whatever internet is giving me. I have lost my critical insight to question back whether that answer is correct or not. To cross-check, I have forgotten. And I blindly rely on all the answers generated from that. They are known as the graduates of WhatsApp University. So I read this novel once or a couple of times, and then I have this question. For example, I'm investing Gandhian literature. And I want to see that there is a reference to Gandhi here also. So let me have that question that can this text be considered as a Gandhian literature? There is a seminar on Gandhian literature or the influence of Gandhi, relevance of Gandhi and so thing. So Control F is the button. I use Control F and I put the keyword Gandhi there. And it tells me that it is getting some 20 times in the text. 20 times. So 20 times Gandhi is mentioned in the novel. So it has a good chance to be considered as Gandhian literature. There are 20 references. In the text, in the sidebar, it is yellow. It means that where in the text the word Gandhi is there, that also is now infographed. We get the graph, that yellow, so that. And if I don't want to do yellow, then next also. Easy, but this is second reference, this is third reference, fourth reference, I can easily get. So which part? I have to read few lines above and few lines after and do some confusion. This reference is useful for this purpose or another purpose. And my one paper on Gandhi in this particular novel is ready. Then there is another seminar which is talking about Buddhism or Buddha. And I know that there is Buddha also was referred in the novel. I read. Let us see about this particular work. And then I again ask the word Buddha. And I find again 20 times. So if it is 2020, then I can have a comparative also, whether this text has how far it is Gandhian or Buddhist. That also one can see. In the back of my mind, my critical theories and literary theories and sociological studies, they all have already told me that there is some problem between being a Buddhist and being a Gandhian. The problem is there is a kind of a binary opposition. Derridian concept comes into the mind and says there is a kind of a binary opposition, which has its root in what was the problem between Ambedkar and Gandhi. The root is there, and then how Ambedkar converted into Buddhism. So it again, my literary theory is helping me with some questions. And I think this text has that binary within that. Let me explore that now. I don't have to read entire novel again. I just have some ideas in my mind, some dots here and there. I just have to connect the dots. And we know that Steve Jobs very famously gave that Harvard speech where he said that all creation of knowledge is about connecting dots. Now that is exactly what we do. Now I got the dots. Let me see 20 times where it is, and something interesting is emerging, which I had never imagined when I first read the original novel. So earlier I was not able to explore something. Now a tool, digital tool as simple as Control F and a digital text is opening new possibilities to read a text in variety of new manners also. There is another seminar on animal rights and other things. And I know that there is some reference to animals in this novel also. So let me explore the one animal which was coming in my mind, that was buffalo. And buffalo is coming around 46 times. Well, my another paper is ready for another seminar on animal rights and the white tiger. Tiger is already there as an animal, but it's out. So now, see, this is the beauty of digital text. Your questioning is very important. If you question and then you start exploring, you find word and where it is, just like go to that next word, read few lines above, pick up that whatever, do my analysis. Use some theoretical tools. My paper is ready for presentation or any research work also. So it saves time, it helps in connecting the dots, which is all necessary for creating new knowledge also. So this is the aspect, one way that how digital text can help us in reading the text and finding new answers in different ways. A few other examples are also there. For example, in a much wider way, I talked only about one text. If you visit this website by University of Birmingham, click CLIC website, they have uploaded entire works of Dickens. And along with that, a few works of Jane Austen also, Sherlock Holmes also. And they have allowing this. So there are 15 books by Dickens and total number of words and so on. They have given tools also. If you see concordance, subsets, clusters, keywords, count, text, those tools are also given there. And not only a website which is in public domain and a tool to do digital humanities activities in public domain, but they have also given an activity book also. And with that, they have given the activity book where literary thematic activities can also be activities. So they have said that if you want to look at body language and characterization, then they give some steps. Go to this website, type these keywords, select this text and see the result. And you will find that those keywords, wherever in Dickensian world appeared, you get all the separate lines. Read that and conclude about what Dickens wanted to say through body language about the character. So that is, again, you will find that in a traditional reading of literature, you rarely come across body language and characterization. Even if the classroom of personality development is going on, and you want to talk about body language in personality development class, and also this tool is very useful, very encourage people to read literature also and learn about body language. This exploring theme in the sign of 4, 11th number, you see here, is the novel written by Arthur Conan Doyle. Long story written by Arthur Conan Doyle about Sherlock Holmes. And it has a very interesting Indian connection. So if I want to see that in Sherlock Holmes, this novel, India, how is it referred? And I give keyword India, and I find very interesting dynamics also. So if I want to just see that the Western literature and India, and if I have a collection of the text, and that can help me in exploring or writing or doing research into that also. 15th number was about education, women and governesses in 19th century. And so how 19th century profession, awareness, women, education were dealt in Dickensian world. That also becomes it. They have given steps. You find the key, give the keywords, see the result, do the analysis, and you get interesting thing. 17th one was very interesting. This one about fictional and real speech in Jane Austen and the 19th century. Fictional and real speech. So if Jane Austen's character are speaking something, was that a real speech of the day or not? Was it a fictional speech or really people were talking like this? So there is a corpus of what way people were articulating variety of things. That corpus and then Jane Austen's corpus. And then you compare both the things. And you find that Jane Austen's characters are speaking a rather more refined language than the regular routine day-to-day language that are there. So dynamics in literature and in the real world, if people want to do, then this was another tool which works on a much larger context also. Google's project is again very interesting. Books.google.com, Ngrams. So they have uploaded books from around 1800 to 2020, around 2020 or maybe okay, 2019. Right now they have uploaded up till from 1800 to 2019. And as I told that the way it is uploaded are processable. All the words are in keyword section and you can process the thing. I'm asking one question here in this search bar. I'm putting keywords like Albert Einstein, Sherlock Holmes, and Frankenstein. Another intersection of digital and humanity, the electricity thing that. But as we see now, we keep backup plans ready. In the physical world, we have done lots of those backup plans for a variety of things. That is what, just that idea we need to bring here, and then we are ready to cope up with the things. Maybe net is here, it is connected net, I think so. Online also it might be going. It is connected, no? Yeah. So here we can at least see, and so I'm giving the keywords and seeing this Albert Einstein, Sherlock Holmes, and Frankenstein. And what I see surprising is that Frankenstein is much ahead of Albert Einstein and even Sherlock Holmes. This and then I go back to that line, this green line of Frankenstein. I see that there is a sudden rise in 20th century and 21st century. Earlier time when it was published in 1818, 200 years back, the novel was published, but we don't see much interest in that novel over the time. As we come down to 1960s, 70s, there is a sudden rise. And in our time also, there is sudden interest in this particular novel. Refer to at least the word Frankenstein time and again. If not exactly the novel, but the word is referred a lot. A couple of things we can conclude from this. Interpretation and inferences are ours. Digital tool will give you some charts, and what will you conclude is yours. There is always something in the back of our mind which helps us in concluding several things. This is our literary theories. Our literary theories are in the back of our mind. Literary theories about feminism and patriarchy, which had proven by given many examples that the previous ages were highly patriarchal and knowledge systems were also controlled by patriarchy. And one of the systems of knowledge is writing history. So histories were also controlled by the patriarchal dynamics. And so even the women who were a major contributor somewhere in the past, they were rarely taken notice of. The historians were not looking at the women as a great contributor. That is why perhaps Mary Shelley, as a writer, had remained rather hidden in the history books. If I pick up a rather older history book of Indian English literature, I will rarely find even Afra Ben as a restoration comedy writer being referred anywhere, or Mary Shelley's novel will also be referred anywhere. So those historians, they maybe under this aura of patriarchy, we're not looking at what is women's contribution. But 60s, 70s, there is an uprising and people started looking back and they found that these were a very significant works being generated or written by women. And so there is uprise into those dynamics. With the rise into digital things, we need a critic. And so the best archetype to make a critic of digital also is Frankenstein. And so also people are interested into this thing. As people can never end the discussion about science and technology without making a reference to Nagasaki, Hiroshima, atomic bomb, Oppenheimer. We can't conclude without any discussion about it. Digital humanities will always be incomplete without Frankenstein. Frankenstein archetype is a very powerful archetype, which even today controls our mind, our imaginations. And so normally people, when they see or they want to write a story about intersection between human and technology or science, they still will write in that way only, that this is a dangerous path. Remember Frankenstein. And that is how we normally tend to look at those ideas. Also, that keeps on controlling our way of looking also. In this, if I want to give about some language, for example, if I say Tamil, Hindi, Gujarati, see references and to those things. So I find the chart Hindi is at the top, then Tamil and Gujarati. We see at the bottom there. And lots of things in the book collection by Google Books, wherein there is not much of a reference unless we come down near our time. And all these books are also uploaded, or people started talking about language a lot in near time. And so there are lots of resources made available. Earlier, people perhaps in English language were not writing much about these languages. And so these keywords were not found in the books being uploaded on these platforms also. So this gives us some kinds of charts, and then our analysis, our interpretations that help us in doing this research is also. Sometimes we find that we are a luckier generation who has lived without technology, or rather we can say our formative years were without technology. So the making of the mind was of a different kind than the way it happens with the people who has grown with books only or without technology. They are not that lazy in asking variety of questions. People who grow with technology become very lazy in doing a variety of things with technology also. So we are perhaps able to get the maximum benefit also from the technology. We can understand that here the result is problematic. Here technology is not going to help. Here it may help. Here is that, will that happen with the new generation of technology users or not? Or they will rather blindly rely on the technology also. Most of the results are not good. That's why people say that formative years, that people be away from technology. In the formative years, when they are in primary schools, at that time, let them be away from technology, and then later on, they can use those things also. These are some other examples. I'm not going into these examples. In teaching and learning things, when we think of technology, several examples which I wanted, but now sake of time, and so I'm not going into the thing that Corona time played a very vital role in bringing technology in a big way in our classrooms. Without Corona, perhaps we were not talking about technology in this manner also. But that is fine. The variety of things that teachers can do, and some of the experiments that we have done in different contexts were given here. This example was about video capturing in physical class or mixed mode class dynamics. Like right now we are on this mode class where there is one camera there, small tiny webcam captures the things, and then people online here are listening. And even if there are people, nobody is online, then also all classrooms can be designed in such a way that most of the lectures are recorded. And then those lectures are shared on a variety of platforms by the teachers. that was one of the concern which we need to keep it with us after Corona also, that teachers are ready to see that their classroom dynamics are recorded and they are also shared openly. Not many of the teachers are ready with this idea. Many teachers don't like even any unknown person in the class. It's like somebody outsider sitting in the class also. So people are not happy. We need to change those habits when we think of digital intersections in our teaching learning, that our classroom interactions should go online also. And what I have experienced is that what happens when we do this is that our quality improves a lot. Our quality, our working for the things has had a dramatic improvement. Let us see this example. If I come here and I talk and I say that, okay, only students are sitting there, I will talk anything, it will work out. But if I know that it is going online also, it is going through YouTube and anybody might be watching, or anytime people will be watching, I have to be still very serious. Beyond you, in my mind, there is invisible audience. And I don't know tomorrow, day after tomorrow, after 5 years, who will watch this all thing. So I will see that, well, my quality should not be at all. Even if the audience present here is not interested in what I want to say. You all are interested in that. But just in case that even if the people are not interested, also, or if there are only few people sitting before me, if my things are live streamed or recorded and will be uploaded on YouTube, then my performance will not decrease. And we have seen teachers many a time that when there are very few students in the class, their performance is not good. They don't like to teach. They will say that, well, tomorrow or do this work, or they give some useless activities. But if that is to be recorded, video then the quality will never decrease. But this is a very interesting habit that we need to cultivate, that our classroom dynamics will be seen by the people, if not all the lectures, but by and large, if we keep this in mind, then it may bring a very interesting result also. So this was like we have put 2-3 cameras there. The students also have to speak something. Online students are also there, have to speak. So this sound management was something that was very tough, but we were able to manage the thing. We have to train students also. Those who are sitting on the first benches, they have to manage some of the things like unmute, mute, who will speak, then who will be muted, will be unmuted. That all is also done. We keep one screen, extra screen for the students to see how it is going live also. If it is live stream, sound, everything, one person is taking care also. So this way we design a class that who will do what work and classroom interaction is going. Multitasking is the main mantra of digital era. Everybody. Students have to concentrate in what teachers is teaching, take notes also. At the same time, some additional task is given to take care of either sound or live stream or recording over OBS or any other thing also. Students also get enhancement into these skills and they feel more confident when it comes for them to speak also. So this way, we can see 3-4 cameras, a few sound modules and other things are put there also. So this is a teaching pedagogy when we look at the idea and digital intersections in this. Very quick example about this, that not in terms of AI now gives answers in a different way, but even traditional technology in our classroom. This poem was discussed by I. Richards in and there were these lines, Hawthorne, and Noon's blue peach. Now, doing a close reading means you have to open each and every word. Each and every word needs to be open. But somehow this Noon's blue peacher was not opening. I was not able to see what is the meaning actually. When asked the students, they told that it is about nature. So it will be afternoon time and afternoon is personified. And so apostrophe S is put and maybe a blue color peacher, it has the water kunj, what we call it. I don't know in this, but in Hindi we call it kunj, to carry water. Pitcher is there. And maybe Noon is personified carrying a pitcher. This maybe the image. And we carried for a couple of years with this. 3, 4, 5, 7 years I taught with that idea, with this. One day I thought, let me ask Google, what is Noon's blue pitcher? just suddenly out of blue, that question came that let me ask Google. And Google gave me a very interesting answer. And that was this. Google image search. I tried Google image search and it gave me this painting, blue color picture. And I was surprised that was this not the blue picture than what I was seeing. And then I found the name of the painter, and painter is Susan Noon. So Noon was not personification. Noon was the last name of a painter, which for a decade in my classroom was a personification of afternoon. But then I realized this is not, it is a real person who has drawn a painting, and there is blue color picture is drawn, and there is a splashing of a flowers outside, and that is what the poet was talking about. So now this is where we sometimes suddenly see that, well, you are teaching something wrong, and actually the meaning is altogether different also. While dealing with waiting for Godot, this word bush, there is this a shrub, a bush comes into this. Again, we say it is all absurd language, waiting for Godot, absurd play, as we see. We think it is absurd. So all this language is meaningless language. But then you also know that no, it is not meaningless language. There is profound meanings into those. That is what he is saying. One of the themes of this play also is religion. And so that's why reference to if Jesus Christ is recurrently coming into the play also. So, bush word, is it completely meaningless? Just an absurd use of language, gibberish kind of a thing, or it has something to do? When again I went to Google to find, I found that there is a reference to burning bush. And it has that connection with the two thieves, Jesus Christ, everything. There is Moses got the basic lesson of 10 commandments from burning bush. It was not the God who is speaking in any language. It was this sound of the burning of a bush, which was interpreted by Moses as 10 commandments. Something very similar to what we see in T.S. Eliot's another poem, that is The Westland, where he says that when Ganga was sunken, river Ganga was sunken, over him went Himalaya, when there is thunder in the sky, what the thunder said in that part, and then Prajapati spoke. So how is Prajapati speaking with the people? It is only thunder, da, da, da. So first da is Damayata, second da is so-and-so, third da is be data. That way it is. It was never a word uttered by God Almighty in any of the holy scriptures. Either it is Upanishad or the Moses story also. But Bush had a very interesting reminder to this reference when we see these pictures also. So this way we see that simple digital pedagogical tools are changing the dynamics of literature classrooms also. Finally, last part is about generative literature. When we think of literature, we were asking this question few years back. Few years means before last November, before ChatGPT was announced, we were asking the question that can a computer write a poem or not? Now, within a few months only, that question has become obsolete. Now only the stupid will ask a question that can a computer write a poem or not? Who will be there will just open their this mobile phone, and instead of seeing answer anywhere, you will open ChatGPT, and you will just ask ChatGPT that give me something about this or that, and you will say that there is a poem ready. So. Write a poem on digital humanities. I want a poem on digital humanities. And by the time I'm just free from putting the press button, poem is generated. And if we read this poem also, like in the realm where bytes and code combine, in the realm where bytes and code combine, digital humanities, a world divine. You don't think that this is not a human being writing a poem. Where scholars and machines, hand in hand, unearth the past across vast digital land. And you know that I have not pre-planned this poem. It is just now generated. This poem didn't exist a second before. And now it is existing. I'm not doing some work about beforehand, making a slide and showing you. Where you may have a doubt that I might have worked some other thing. Then only this kind of poem can be written. So when if you ask students in creative writing class, you tell suddenly somebody that, well, there's a fan, write a poem on a fan. And then you ask ChatGPT to write a poem on a fan. You will see that ChatGPT will win the competition. ChatGPT will win. So what we were telling that machines cannot write poem is all obsolete things. And not only this, if I tried a couple of things, like if I want a poem written like Robert Frost's poem, Stopping by Woods. Write me a poem like Robert Frost, Stopping by Woods, with a topic on digital humanities. It will generate in the same style, like Robert Frost is Stopping by Woods. If I say Tables Turned, written by Wordsworth, write a poem like Tables Turned, but on this topic, it will write almost in a similar style, like Wordsworth has written. And how much time? Only a few seconds. So today, when we see generative literature, we find that it is obsolete to see whether machines can write. This is a very interesting victory of digital over human being, because until last November, we were just very proud to tell that everything machines will do. Creativity it cannot do. Creative way it cannot. That was what we were constantly thinking. Now, this AI, which is a free version of the AI, he has shattered our ego that we are human and only we can do such and such kind of thing. All those is completely shattered by this. And this is just the beginning. People say that this is just the beginning. After 5-10 years, what AI will be doing, you can't even imagine today. You cannot imagine also. So how can we make ourselves ready for this era, in this generative era and this literature also? So we have interesting writing coming up already by thinkers, that what is generative literature, what are the characteristics of generative literature. So we are still making two categories, creative literature and generative literature. We being humans, humans have normally the tendency of telling that humans are the most important species on the world. Humans are the one which are made by the image of the God. Our own writing, we always put ourselves in the center and say that God is like us and he has taken my image, his image to make me. This is what we do. We always are very egoistic and egotistic in either our religion or our philosophies or our literature, where we speak very high about us. Our mind will always say that mind is the most important organ of the body. Our stomach also wants to say, I am more important. But stomach do not have language. Who has language? Only mind has language. So mind will always utter this, that I am the most important organ of the body, whereas we know that the other body parts has no language to do the thing. So what will this mind say? Well, let me make another binaries. Let me make another category, another classification. And I will say that what humans do is creative. What machines do is generative. So generative literature, and we are talking about this two interesting dynamics also in our classroom. So we have digital text, hypertext, cybertext, and in variety of ways, this generative literature is getting divided now for the purpose of research also. We have this MMORPG genre also, which is massively multiplayer online role-playing games coming into literature also. So this all things is changing the dynamics, so entire game of literature, and also how we are going to do the criticism of the literature also. These are some of the courses which at an initial level people can do also. I tried variety of questions to ChatGPT and Bard. I told that, give me a short story on women empowerment. And quickly, within no time, a short story was written. And then I asked that, make a critique of this. And it made a critique also of those things. This is how you can criticize the story generated by me. And he will give you 3-4 points also, that this is how you have to make a critique of the things that is being generated by this. You ask that, give me a poem on so and so topic. Poem is ready. And then you tell me that how to make a critique of this. Criticism also is ready for those things. So in this dynamics, what will be the pattern of our examiners? What we will ask, take exams. When we have open internet exams, like we think of open book exams, we will give this kind of prompts to students that ask ChatGPT to do this and that and this, and then work on that. Then work on the poem that is generated or responses that are generated, and then go beyond what ChatGPT can. Can our students go beyond what ChatGPT can do or not? That will be the challenging task for us in the days to come also. Some of the books I put in the slide, which I will share later on the link if anybody is interested. Finally, very quickly, let me wind up this about this multimodal critic, which is very important part of the thing. That lots of things are going to change. We welcome the change also. But along with that, we have to still sharpen our critical abilities also. Artificial intelligence also is highly biased. We used to tell a few years back that technology is unbiased. It will not have human biases. But now we have realized that technology is also full of human biases because codes are written by human beings. So as in the morning exam, that some machine is telling that eliminate it, kill it. If there is a competition, and what will be the humans think? Humans will think to eliminate competition at any level. It will not support the competition. Humans are not hardwired in a manner that you will not compete with other things. You will compete. If we are alive on the earth, it is competition which has made us alive also. Constantly survival for the fittest, those ideas govern. So we will be trying to eliminate anything which will try to eliminate us. And because we are like that, our AI is like that. This idea was very interestingly presented in this popular film, Rajnikant film, Robot. First part, not 2.0, but the first one, wherein this scientist is making another scientist, GT, the robot, and robot is doing all good works that for humans, whatever they want to do. But he thought, let me give human emotions to the machine. As soon as human emotions are given, the machine started loving and competing with the scientist. I also want Aishwarya Rai. I will. Then he started abducting Aishwarya Rai. Now, who is doing that? It's not machine. It's human emotion doing that. That is a very important thing to be understood in this critique. So if we will work on human development, our AI will be more developed. But if we normally have failed to work on human development, and now to blame technology or another thing is meaningless, because everything will come from human beings. If you will see this website, moralmachine.mit.edu, to all the students, I strongly recommend to visit this website, moralmachine.mit.edu. On this website, they are doing an experiment, and they have given a situation that there is a driverless car, and driverless car is going to collide with somebody, but there is a cyclist going on. There are pet animals going on. There are old people on one corner. There are children on the corner. Where would the driverless car collide? What do you think? If you are a driverless car and you have these 5 choices, then you will have to collide with somebody: old people, cyclist, motorbike, children, animal. What will you do? So that is what machines will do. The thing is that what we will do, our machine will do. They will also make some choices based on what we have given to them, and how are we going to make those coding based on what we think is very significant. This experiments have also said that even there is lots of things to be seen so far as patriarchy and feminism is concerned. Many AI and other things are highly biased, and they are men-centric, because ICT is full of men. The leaders that we have seen in ICT revolution, be it Bill Gates or Steve Jobs or Mark Zuckerberg, we still see fathers emerging in new arena. Mothers are not there. Our history is full of fathers, father of this and father of that. In a new era also, we are seeing there are fathers coming, no mothers are still emerging. So this new age, which we see, is also patriarchal to a greater extent, and this research is also one needs to keep in mind. Our literary theories about patriarchy, feminism, needs to be taught to software engineers. Software engineers should take course on our literary theory and criticism, so that they are free from the biases of coding the thing. This was the screenshot of moral machine. I recommend everybody to take a test on that. So what we see here at the end is that our literary project, humanities basic project was always to make humans human. But even before we have done that, we have come to a point that we have a new burden, and that new burden is to make robots also human, to make AI also human. And that is our new burden for the humanities. It cannot be done if we don't allow digital to enter into our arena. We have to allow it so that we can critically study. And as I say time and again, that it is only the scholars of humanities will have that critical insight to make a critic of anything, and they only can give more viable answers to what AI coding or things can be done also. So these are the things which I wanted to share with everybody. So far, this is thank you, everybody. If there are any questions online or here.
Do you have any questions? Audience can ask the questions now.
Then get the next one.
Thank Dr. Baner. Your session has projected an aura of perpetual newness